Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Roulette Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So, tonight, more Roulette, more Wheel of Jobs, more chaos, possibly. Imagine if we actually landed on 08. N. Savage doesn't exist in Roulette. Don't worry about that. But, yeah, once again, for anyone that needed a little bit of a break from a certain gesture clown, then here we are with something else. But I see that things are going crazy over there. We thought that he couldn't store mechanics. Never mind. Anyway, hey Teldabob, hey Aradel, hey Troy Specs Fluttermane, hey Shaq, hey Ilana, hey Teenly, hey Procrastinauts, hey Shaq, hey Saros, hey Tessie, hey Kupamana, hey Joshua, hey Volter, hey Shortakai, hey Kaj, hey Agent Monica, and hey Sally, and hey Dan, and hey Alice. Hope you're all doing very well. And thank you for the 8 months resub, Teenly. Wild. And hey, Sugar. Hope you're doing well as well. Mine. But yeah, once again, we have the wheel. Let's see what jobs are in store for us to start. We hit it off with some magic. With a summoner, a snow. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Boop. Let me just write that down. And I will also just quickly store a tank and a healer. And we have a paladin on the tank side. And finally, White Mage. What a classic combo. We have the ARR lineup. Have you been enjoying casting for the ultimate? I have a lot of fun with it. In fact, I spent quite a lot of time writing in the rooms to give some insight to others while I'm not even casting. So, yeah, I have a lot of fun with it. It is very difficult. Hey Crusher, hope you're doing well. Right, I will queue when it says 10. When it says 10, and... boop. Hey Necrofits, hope you're doing well. Hoping you don't run into too many clowns. Oh boy. It would be really funny if we just landed there once though, right? Hey Nox, hope you're doing well. Let's see where we go first. Oh, we start off with an extreme. And Fern is here. Well, in my defense, Crusher, that was Leah, not me. Nice start. And Louis. And hey, Lilac. I mean, we've covered a lot of stuff. I think it's just Fern. Here comes the sword. Whoa! Oh man. If we wipe, I'll probably put a safety triangle on me for at least for phase 1. Ah. I thought I could get sneaky, but I actually managed to perfectly time it to overlap. Uh-oh. I guess it works, but now we need to make sure the other tank is picking up the slack. I don't know if we can do this. Well, I tried. Hey, Raphael! No, be doing well. You stole your clothes and pink shirt. my brother! You know, the funny thing is I do have a brother, but he looks significantly different from me. How did the healers go completely out of MP? Strat, there's a pinned message in the chat with where the house is. Even took your chair. Here we go. And then because of the damage, she skips out. And then we have staff. And then we have ad phase. Just a reminder, Fern, if you can hear me. She always does sword during the ad phase. So there it is. And then turn her away because she's gonna shield bash in front of her. Uh-oh. That's on you. I'll keep trying on this. she always opens with staff in phase 2. I'll help! I'll help! It helps, it works a little bit. Oh boy, that was the wrong way to run. Oh, that is the worst possible time to face her inward. Hey, it's meant to come. And four-leaf clover. Sorry about that, guys. Real big focus. Hey, Ruffus. Hey, Jet. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Uh-oh. That was definitely a lag spike. I believe the fancy glowing weapon they have, Alice, is a one from the market board. I didn't quite get enough time to go over the safe spot trick for this phase, or for this bit. So for those that don't know about it, whenever she does those like kind of pointless 4 circle AoEs on the corners, they indicate the safe spots for the real mechanic. A Riftwalker, Reaper is not part of the free trial. Another thing to talk about. Yeah, we might be able to clear it from here. Okay, let's check what weapon she does. This is the hard part. Staff? Great, that's the easy one. We have already done that. This is exactly the reason why, if you make it first, you lean out hard. Because if someone is coming in late, then you have to make space for them. If you just like take up all the space because it's there. You know, the funny part is that right here, no one had any reason to move. It's just pure panic, nothing else. I think... Nah, yeah, they're dead. I can save them! Never mind. Here comes another bow. Come on, Fern. Come on. Oh, whoops. I was just resing someone while not looking to try and kite a bit. So I wasted it. Very nice. You know, actually, in retrospect, if I had realized what I needed, that I had to run earlier, Sally, I think I would have started with Titan. The reason why I went for another summon was because of, like, Ifrit! Wait. Oh my god, it's a clown loach! I'll have to bring that up later. That's funny. Right, let me see. Did I miss anyone else? Oh, we were hyper-focused. Nay, drill stops. Rodmain was surprised that I'm on Louisoix. Chaos. 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 Yeah, I will say that was possibly the best job I could have landed on as a DPS for that one. No worries, Fern. It usually, just saying guys, usually when you have a good run of Shiva Extreme, she's dead before the third weapon in phase 2. Usually. How come Summoner was the best job I could have landed, Shiro? When Shiva Extreme was current, you just solo tanked it. I mean, when it was Unreal, we solo tanked it. And found it was easier. Because I had a res, Shiro. Basically, if I had been any other DPS, I wouldn't have been able to res, and I would say based on what I saw, just if you run it back, you can, you know, if you want to, you can rewind. The healers didn't seem to quite have the MP to keep everyone alive. And even when they did, they seemed like, like right at the end there, when I finally had some time to focus on it, I noticed both healers cast Medica 1 while no one needed it. Just, I don't need these 900 MP. I have 600 spare remaining. I don't need these. So, yeah, being able to rest helped a lot, and there's no other job in that level that can do that. I'll say it's fine. Right. I will queue when it says 12. Yeah, I think the thing that made me have the most enmity like that was simply that I didn't die until there was no tank to protect me. Yeah, the tank provoked at... I assume you mean inconvenient times. Oh boy, another extreme. Were we not danced on Ifrit Extreme last week as well? I had a feeling. That's the exact reason why I don't ever just start explaining, because some players will just go for it. Funny how the warrior who just went for it didn't even have tank stands on. Very cool. Why? Uh-oh. We might be fine. Oops. It feels like the healers sort of know what to do. Get ready for all of the AI extremes now. Yeah, we've certainly gotten a lot more of them recently. Oh. Whoo! Shaq just getting the hot breeze on the back right there. See, the funny thing is that, like, popping a bunch of nails all at once is not a big deal. The problem is that I don't know if the healers can handle it. And some of them straight up can't. How does the chain work again? The further apart you are, the more damage you take over time from it. And it also increases all damage you take while you're at it. Which means that if you have it really far stretched, you could just die from, like, 3 nails just going... So if you have the capacity to, you want to get close. Speaking of close. Know what the chain works like that? Well, I mean, unique mechanics, am I right? Where? Whoa, whoa, whoa! That samurai has a death wish. That samurai has a death wish and wants to take me with them. Just going straight into the searing winds. Very cool. This should be fine. Very nice. Ow. The gunbreaker there certainly did a lot of heavy lifting on the tanking side of things. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream, it does help a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much in advance. Schmoof. Exodi. Now Ramon EX next. Just keep increasing the wager, just going higher and higher. Higher, oh higher. Drill stops, were you RV in that party just now? Black Mage. You were fantastic. You see, funny thing, so I name the clips like super short information. So that I have like something to go off of when I write the manuscript later. And I wrote down, Shaq was there. The gunbreaker was great. So now I can just put a name on it. Easier for me. Right, I will queue when it says 51. Yeah, right, I mean, true. It's a classic. Now, are you ready for the guild test, everybody? Put your hands in the air for guild test. Or nothing. But yeah, genuinely, as you kind of saw there, for the most part, the healers were pretty good. About like, moving away with searing winds. And that alone already almost got us the victory on its own. Hey, Ethan! Hope you're doing well. And Mary. Trisha was one of the healers. Did you just do an Ifrit? Yes, I did. Ethan says, I just started playing 14 for the first time. Is Dancer a good pick? Dancer... First of all, I can assure you that all of the jobs are perfectly fine. And perfectly viable. But I can also say that Dancer is very good. Very, very, very fine. Absolutely. You can play Dancer, and that's good. You were the Sage. Ah. I do believe the Sage was more consistent about moving away with the Searing Wind, so that makes sense. I'll save all Pixel. I feel like being on Dynamis is going to make it an exciting endeavor. I have a feeling the main downside of doing it on Dynamis might be that you will probably not be able to get a lot of pops on DPS, but that's a guess. I will re-queue as Paladin. Zero Sugar says, Ninja's not fine, it's hard. I mean, Ninja is still good. Shaq got the Ramu Extreme instead of me. Get down! Well, at least we have 2 classes. Back to Black Mage. I'll queue when it says 06. The Sage knew me. Nay, Bread Bean. You think Guild Test is the only context you want to hear? At least we have 2 classes in. Well, I mean, if you get a really low-level dungeon, that can also feel like, ah, well, at least I didn't get thrown into Sastasha where no one needed it. Protect the lizard! Wow, there would have been a Ramu Extreme, but by sheer random chance, the Claw picked Shaq instead. The Claw! The Claw. Right. Guess we are queuing Paladin again. Oh. Uh-oh. 31-minute replacement? What?
This world shall belong to the Zealot.
To the salad. This world will belong to the salad. Eat that salad.
Escape this,
Escape this. Oh, right. According to the party chat, both of the healers says the tank was AFK.
Be gone!
They were just AFK.
Round and round they go.
Round and round and round and round they go. Woo.
Let's try this.
Sleepka! Gaia stream. Is it?
My javelin pierces all.
My javelin pierces all.
Allow me to show you a trick I've learned.
Wow. We actually we still have Kefka references in the chat, guys. Thank you, Ardell.
Have you the strength to find the answers you seek?
Have you the strength? The power to transcend.
This is not Varna deal. I'm well aware of that.
Good for you. This is not Vanna deal. I'm well aware of that.
I also understand the true nature of my existence. So come, let us finish this.
I wonder if this at all helped inspire the Kefka fight. I'm also well aware of my existence.
And make this world ours.
Didn't use the Void Cup today? Oh, that's for the other hand.
The time for games is over. Behold my true power!
Behold!
Forge a more fitting stage for our battle. All pales before our brilliance.
Did you start progging you mad? No, no, we haven't reached that yet. But for multiple reasons, various different reasons, I'm keeping a very close eye on the race. Part of the list of reasons is I'm helping casting it.
You fought well.
But yeah, we are still working on Lindworm. Running away like a paladin do.
My javelin pierces all.
Everything worms. I could hear that healer do the goofy scream as the floor disappeared.
Even in this boss rush, I will not lose to you.
Ooh, music. Ooh, a minion I don't have. Amazing. Such loot. Such yoinkage. Do I need... You know what? I'm gonna pass on the scrolls. Just this once. Unfortunately, a 73 is not enough for the minion. We take a free coin. Hey, Gleaming! Hope you're doing well. Thank you! And hey, Cog! Hey, Cog! Hope you're doing well. Are you winning? Are you having a good time? Well, I mean, are you winning? Sure. Are you winning? You brought a sword! Any ideas on what the 8-man raid in Evercold might be? That could be anything, and we can probably not really easily guess it, because the raid series is usually not like a whole pile of references. Not the whole thing. I have no idea. Always winning even if I'm losing. That's the spirit. It's just like when we were wiping like crazy on Lindworm the other day, but we were having a great time. So we were not losing. Gunbreaker! 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 Gunbreaker. But before that, we will attempt to queue as Black Mage again. I'll queue when it says 51. 51. 51. 51, 51, 51. Surely this time. And... oh. Well... guys, it's beginning to look a lot like it's not happening with DPS right now. When you hit that queue and it go 16 minutes and you got places to be, those places being in mental roulettes, means you gotta switch role real quick. Unless we're real lucky. There's always the chance that someone leaves something and they need a replacement Black Mage. Just play as a DPS you don't play much, and then you'll get an instant level 100 duty real fast. Yeah, that's true. If I switch it up real quick and switch like Ninja, then it'll just go Ghost Park. There you go, have fun. Or like, I don't know, M10. Hey, Bolin. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, we are using the Wheel of Jobs, but one for each role. You know what? Let's scrap that White Mage we rolled earlier. Play some healer. Boop, boop. And no one surprised. Still instant queue. Yeah. So, you know, it's real feast or famine. People want to queue into me. I choose the role where you can easily queue into me. Boom. Nothing. Then I switch to one that actually gets duty. Boom, duty. No way of hopping in. Oh wow. Saint Motions Arboretum. Hey Kotowari, hope you're doing well. Which class is the best healer now? All 4 healers are pretty good. Based on the ultimate race that is happening right now, there could be an argument that Sage is the weakest, but it's like a really close call if there even is a difference that matters, like a significant difference. Choose the healer you like. And I'm not even joking. Right, Fluttermane, enjoy your evening. Neaterhead. We'll go with White Mage then. Go for it, man. It's actually really fine. They somewhat recently, I can't remember if it was 7.4, 7.5, they added an extra damage reduction effect to Plenary Indulgence, which seems to have had a huge impact on any issues the job may have had compared to Astrologian. Do you think I need to do something about that Reaper? Taking a dot to the face. Uh-oh. Now we have more dots on the face. What server are you playing on? I am playing on Louisoix Chaos. Chaos! You sneaky snake! Hope you're doing well. You're seeing much more Dark Knight tanks, and for Kefka Ultimate, Black Mage is being picked. What's your thoughts on those two comments? Red Mage and Summoner are a lot more helpful in that Ultimate. And then on top of that, from what I can tell, Red Mage's damage profile is just better in some cases. It scales better for 2-target cleave than Black Mage. And then on top of that, Red Mage has Varese. We're basically, from what I can tell, you may have, if you've watched my video on the topic of perfect balance, as in balancing all the jobs perfectly is impossible, then you will probably know where this is going when I say it appears all 4 mages are doing roughly the same damage. Why would you pick a Black Mage when you could do the same damage and have Varese by picking Red Mage? Now, whether that's that's the whole truth is difficult, but that's, as far as I know, that's what we're dealing with now. And for Dark Knight, it has a lot of rather specific utility that just makes it really nice. I believe part of it is that it is slightly more capable of stockpiling resources for burst as needed than the other tanks. And then, it also has the biggest burst. But essentially, Dark Knight has, in terms of damage profile, it has a little something going on that is slightly comparable to how Reaper can just stockpile huge amounts of damage if you need it. Like, it can hold back when it needs to, and then it can wind up like a crossbow until it's time. And then on top of that, yeah, Dark Knight having Oblation and TBN to hand out to the party is very helpful. And because Gunbreaker is the only other job with such a utility, if you have one of them, you're probably fine. Like, not that, like, those two effects do stack, but if you have just one of them, you're already, like, pretty solid. Hey, Vicky! Hope you're doing well. How do you show the AFK icon but still have your character move? I think that you can go into your status and choose the AFK symbol. I don't know exactly how that plays with you moving at the same time, but if you move right as the AFK is set, it will also like stick for a little bit, so that like you could technically move while maintaining the AFK symbol by just repeatedly setting your status to AFK. And then you look at the Maji and Shaman. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, Joe. Paladin and Dark Knight are the standard tanks of Progan and been for a while. Yeah, it's basically just Paladin's toolbox is very, very good. And the things that Paladin might not do as well is something that, in a way, Dark Knight can cover. And the things that Dark Knight doesn't do as well, Paladin can cover. In a somewhat complicated way. So they make a very good team. And the main things, like Gunbreaker has a very similar toolkit in a lot of ways to like a remix of what Paladin and Dark Knight puts on the table. And in a way, Warrior is the same. So I think maybe some of it could come down to like just that synergy and then also the balance of the jobs. It is difficult, but the good news on this conversation is that, as far as we know, it's not like you have to use those jobs. It's just, if you're doing the hardest fight in the game, blind, why wouldn't you pick the absolute best pick, right? Like, why wouldn't you choose the very best option over, like, just your preferred option? It's also something to keep in mind when it comes to, once people have figured out the new ultimate, is like if you're like, but oh man, but I wanted to play Black Mage. Once people have figured out the fights, like how it all goes, it might be a lot less of a problem to play a Black Mage. It's also possible that rebalancing of things will make it so that actually Black Mage is stronger again, or whatever, who knows. But the good news is that once it's no longer like a race to be the first, you can probably do whatever you want. Once there are guides to help make things a lot more manageable, it will probably be a lot less of a problem to play a mage that doesn't have a res. Have we started seeing Black Mages in the race groups? Uh-oh. Did anyone win yet? No, they haven't. Unless something happened in the last hour, no one has seen the final phase yet. We don't even know if the final phase is here yet. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Whew. What do you think of that? I realized, like, I stood in a position where I was like, I'm pretty sure I will land in a safe spot on the west side of the arena. And then I looked over to the left, like, oh, there's a line coming right at me. If you're hearing bells, apparently the nearby church decided that it's bell time. They decided to bell it up. It's belling time. Dong. Dong. You know, a really random thing with this whole duty is that all these mobs that have like randomly are muddied up as like a whole thing. I feel like it's like kind of strange that it only really comes out to matter in like the very last pull. Like coming up is like a shower head you can use, I think. Hey, vibes! You haven't seen it in Mentor, you would have... Oh, wow. Come on down. The water is warm. I mean, there's also another one over here. I'll turn that on too if you want. Never mind, I'll just get punched. My arm is very long. There you go. I don't know if I caught that comment. Can you repeat what it was about, vibes? Oh, chest. Also 8 copper sulfate. And Strider. Bom, bom, bom. They rust. Mudsling. Splat, splat. Will the tank move? No. That is, it's 2 for 2 on the wrong meter. Mud pie! Oh. Well, I was exactly hoping that I could send that as eyes before. No! That's not needed. Don't touch it anymore. Just leave it. Oh boy. It's the kind of fight where you can really get smacked hard if people don't do the mud pie correctly. What do you not understand about don't touch? Is that an tunable damage down? I wasn't paying attention to that. I was trying to save us. Do not care. That is a deserved damage down. Then they'll have to go over there and think about what they've done. They'll keep letting them have it for the full... If I had the choice to remove it, I would leave it on just so that they can really feel the pain of what they've done. Until they get it. Ah! The bleed was tunable. Yeah, at that point, that's I would say, Vibes, that if the tank was repeatedly causing problems... Like, all I'm saying is that if they keep disconnecting, you had, like... If you were scared of not having a convenient opportunity to kick them, the moment they disconnect, you just open, right-click, vote dismiss, offline, boom, before they can get back. Then you have technically, you're technically in the right. But you could also just, like, if they're being a jerk about it, you could, you know, just choose a different one. What they are actively doing, though, if we're gonna be extra specific. See if I can find it. It's always the one that I have trouble finding. This one. I believe. I think it's not exactly this one, but the long story short is that they're actively, by existing in the duty, well knowing that their connection clearly can't handle it, they are choosing to prevent the duty from completing. Right? Zayrak and Wiser. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, in that case, Vibes, you leaving was probably the logical conclusion if you were like, I can't be bothered with this anymore. Like, you're perfectly welcome to do that. If it took that long, you'd have also tried vote abandon. But I have a feeling they would have said no to that too. Jax's Reaper went for positional, looked like, and caught the slime. Oh, the problem there is that Reaper does not have... At that level, Reaper... Well, technically, Reaper does not have any positionals that are AoE. So they wouldn't have hit the slime if they were doing a positional. They know me. Right, I will be right back, and then... more mental roulette. Sanity restored. Thank you for the resub, Crusher. And alright, I'm back. I mean, the trick there, Rift, says, we had a tank intentionally griefing on Hansel and Gretel, but sure, to the game's ridiculous requirements for dismissing someone not able to do it when rolling for loot, we could not get rid of them. I mean, here's the trick, Rift. If someone is doing shenanigans like that, option one is kick them. That's like, actually, option one is just deal with it, right? That's the I just CBA. I'll just deal with them being there. Option two is kick them. Might not always be available. Option three is basically option one plus also after the duty, or if things are really like heating up during the duty. I think actually it was over here. I mean, this one again, right? They're actively preventing the duty from succeeding properly. You just report. And the final option is, like, the extra harsh option is you kick them when you can, and then when you're done with the duty, you also report them. Like, you kick them because they do something that is so inappropriate that you don't want to deal with it. And then you report them when you have time. And just to be clear, dismiss and kick is the same thing. So, just keep that in mind. And I just want to be clear that if you're doing the report during the duty, it isn't uncommon that the GMs actually move fast. There are stories. I remember a while back hearing a story, and I think I've also seen actual game footage of people doing this, but I specifically heard the story of someone somehow griefing a P9N run, you know, eat, fight, and managing to get everyone except himself killed. He was playing warrior. He wanted to try and solo the fight. So he made but he couldn't be bothered to find 7 strangers to help him with that. So his best solution, somehow he looked through the options and went, I know, I'll just queue into it, and somehow managed to make everyone else drop so I can solo the rest of it and just have them as my captive audience, because apparently that's important too. That left 7 players with a lot of time and a lot of reason to be annoyed. And eventually, during his valiant attempt, he just disappeared. By not unsync it with minimum item level, it was in Endwalker. So you couldn't do that. Remember, in current content, you can't use unrestricted or anything like that. But yeah, because 7 people had time to sit there and do nothing, they decided to do something. And what they did was they reported the guy. And he was just yoinked out of the duty. Just, a GM has removed you from the duty. Poof, gone. And then the duty, like the battle reset. So yeah, pro tip. If you're in a situation like that, you could report. There is also, by the way, some motivation that if you're in a party and you're a tank and you're trying to solo the boss because your entire party died, like, one angle to it is, I mean, those other people, if they're really annoyed that you're trying to solo it, maybe just wipe it. But also, you know, just be considerate. How do you access the report option for that? I mean, again, you click System, Support Desk, and then option 1 is like going in here and finding the most appropriate option. But, I mean, I believe the keeping people hostage, it goes under harassment. And then you just explain the situation. That's good enough. Just explain. Where are you? Like, who is it? Where are you? What is the time right now? Explain what happened. Even better if they admitted that they're deliberately doing this. But if they're actively doing it, like a GM could just pop in like, oh, what's going on over there? And see the guy do it and just go, no, you're not. But yeah, pro tip, if you're having problems, if you're having problems, the reason why the report system in Final Fantasy XIV is kind of jank and a little inconvenient is because if it was really easy, then people would be a lot more likely to just right-click report people on the slightest offense. It's really important that you don't just report all willy-nilly. You don't report someone for doing something that is specifically, that could annoy someone. You report someone because it annoys you, right? So if someone is, for instance, soloing a boss, and you're like, oh, I don't mind. Just because you could angle it in a way where you could be like, well, I find that really annoying, and I've been sitting here for 5 minutes because that's how long it takes. I mean, come on. Also, you know, you could ask if they could maybe wipe it up before you, like, call them on. I'll say Rin. But yeah, use your words first, and then if the person is still a jerk, you can do that. If it's a problem. But because the reason why the report system is so convoluted is precisely to make sure that you don't just report someone because they called you a poopy head. Who cares, right? You know better. Right, let's see if we can get that Black Mage one in again. I'll queue when it says 10. But yeah, if you've seen in other games that have basically a right-click report system, people are very likely to, like, I mean, it's not like outright rampant, but there are people that are straight up, you know, they will just report you because you didn't play as well, even though that's not, that there's nothing in the terms that say that you're not allowed to be bad. So, but because you have to like write, like there's a lot of benefits to this report system being like, well, you do have to sit down for 5 minutes, is that you might be like, oh god, that guy was really annoying, oh man, I'm gonna report them, oh man, he's gonna be so sorry, and by the time you've written half of it, you're like, I just realized that I don't care enough to finish this. And then you'll just toss out the report and get on with your day. Fern landed in Ravana Extreme? Bruh. Ilana says, I would say it's rampant, and coupled with an auto-ban system, it's very bad. Oh yeah, I was talking like games in general. I wasn't like singling anyone out. But there are games that have systems where, like, you know, the report options are more than just RMT. Rin says, not having feedback or knowledge of the result is the thing that makes me mad about it. The problem there, Rin, is that, I mean, I can see the reason why you're like, I want to know what the resolution was, but you don't need that information. Like, I get the, I want to see them mete out justice, but here's the thing. If they report back to you and say, got it, thank you, yeah, we'll look into it, then you can be sure that something happened. The problem is that sometimes if you report someone for calling you a poopy head, then, and they determine that, yes, that warrants punishment, the punishment might be that they just go, that person says weird things sometimes. And once we've gotten like 10 reports that this guy's kind of mean, then we're gonna tell him, listen, bro, dude, you can't go around like that. But if they told you that that was the punishment, you might be like, what? Jose Milena and Echo Dance. Right, well, with the role waiting list is going down, so we'll give it one more minute. Necrophitster says, the person that I had to report got banned. My blacklist was a dead giveaway. Yeah, there are some cases where there is some pretty obvious tells. A long time ago, like Stormblood Shadowbringers days, I remember I played with someone who told me that they had a stalker in the game. And I'm guessing the logic was that they, you know, it's one person's word against the others. But the long story short is that the stalker basically got like a, what's it called when you're not allowed to be near someone? Like you get like a court order that you're not allowed to be near someone? Restraining order, yes. That player was told that they were straight up not allowed to be, like, to actively approach a zone that the person who was feeling, like, stalked was in. And that it would actually lead to repercussions if they did anyway. So I don't remember if there ever came anything more out of that, but I do specifically remember that. And hey, Grimmy, hope you're doing well. They missed. And AZ. And Zenvius. We're basically talking about, for anyone who came in the middle, we were talking about some of the finer details of reporting. LQ when it says 10. But yeah, I would also add to that, Rin, that I believe they didn't do anything about it on the first report, or maybe even the second report. Which is also the reason why, like, here's the thing. If, for instance, you're reporting someone for being a bit of a jerk in Limsa Lavensa, and, like, the story goes that, like, they say some mean things, you walk up to them, they're like, hey, man, can you not do that? Kind of offensive. And they're like, no, actually, I don't care. And they just continue doing it. And then you report them. The first report might not do anything. Then you, like, go about your day like, well, I mean, they need time to, you know, deal with the report. You come back the next day and Jerkface is there again, being a jerk in Limsa Lavensa. And you're like, hey, man, could you maybe not do that? He's like, no, I'll continue doing this. Screw you, man. You report them again. They're still doing it. And you can just keep... You could essentially keep doing that. Because it's a separate incident. And at some point, there will be enough evidence to be like... I mean, this guy has stood there in Limsa being a jerk every day for like a week. Maybe we should say something to him. And eventually he will have built up enough of a case that a GM might come and be like, hey man, you have been asked by other players and you're ignoring that. Can you not do that so we don't have to escalate this further? And then you go from there. Maybe then he'll be like, okay. But yeah, genuinely, that is, if you run into someone, you report them and nothing happened, if the response you got wasn't something like, we can't help you with that. If the response you got from the GM indicates that they were like, yep, thank you, noted, and you know, the classic, they can't tell you what they're going to do about it, then you can report them again if, like, the problems continue. Whoever I hang out with gets more or less the same DM from new made characters. Not a nice DM about me. Let's leave it at that. I mean, there you can also, you know, say this person is... I don't understand why they make new characters every time, but you can say that you can that you have some evidence that this character and this character and this character are the same person, and they're outright, like, harassing you. You take from there. It's a little bit more complicated. But yeah, point is, each infraction requires its own report. I will switch to Gunbreaker. Whoop, and whoop. And I'm quite alright, Grimsaurus. Thank you very much. Ooh, and Fern is here. Fantastic.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside.
Ilana, is Fern like subbing in for you today?
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered. until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Their fellow corrupted. Hello, fellow corrupted. They're some big punchers, these guys. They do the big smackers with the long arms. Did you know that warrior can solo this dungeon?
Those who died
Synced.
and decayed.
Ye olde dead ends. Oh boy. Oh brother. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is getting spicy. I hope you've got this, Fern. Well, they will die again. Double kill, I think. No, they lived. Just the one. It's Orion. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. That's very nice. Nate Bruski. Ah. Hey.
And the very
Oh boy.
last of them wished they had never been born at all.
Oh boy. Pretty certain Gunbreaker and Sage can do this dungeon, only marginally slower than those two were like. I mean, Gunbreaker and Sage can probably pretty easily duo this dungeon. I think the biggest concern soloing this as warrior is actually the first boss. Because you have like to almost like frame perfect gap close after you get feared by not having a friend for the friendship Doritos. But if you have a Sage, then you'll probably make it work. Katamagi says, I can't get mad at DPS face planting on every boss here. That was my experience for the first time I did this dungeon. Our healer was very, very rude about it. My face when I actually have to heal in a dungeon. Oh yeah, this dungeon is definitely, like, the thing is, this is the kind of dungeon where the difficulty is high enough that, you know, healers need to heal and tanks need to press their buttons, and if the DPS is not really bringing it, it's gonna get real scary with some of the big pulls. Which makes it more interesting. But it also means that relative to other dungeons, it's a lot harder. Because it expects a little more. Yeah, that's the classic procrastinators. The only thing worse than that is when you yourself try to put a safety triangle on yourself, and suddenly you can't get it right. That's me sometimes. I'll lead the people. Put mark on myself. Suddenly, all knowledge about how the game works disappears from my brain. Hey, cat! Hope you're doing well. Oh boy. Was there a first time I pop up here? I did not see. It wouldn't surprise me if they were, you know, sprout icon on the Viper at least. Wow. Hey, Kokazaku! Hope you're doing well. You know what's really mean about this second round mechanic? One of the sides has a like an extra line going in, I believe, which means that you might be like right at the end. So you might think you're in the right spot, and then like right at the end, the game goes, no, actually that one goes away. Wow. An uncommendation feature. I guess I have, in a way, Alice. The thing is that in those cases, they're usually so bad that the dungeon does not finish. So it's very rare. Extremely rare. But I totally get what you mean. Like, usually for me, you know that a run was bad when I hit the end of it and I look at the commendation menu and go, no one here deserved it. Or deserves it. Then you know it's bad.
wanted a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials, or its
I also will
joys.
say that knowing how the internet, is, an uncommendation feature would immediately go badly. Like, immediately would turn around and be a terrible idea, because people would 1,000,000% use it to troll. Like, it's the same thing, like, we've sometimes talked about how, like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if there was, like, a feature where, like, we actually figure out who the good mentors are? Because you actually need people to, like, commend you as a mentor in duties. And, like, there would be people deliberately, specifically, like giving you a negative review just to mess with you. 1,000,000% people would meme on it just because they were given the option to. I say, Jared X, hope you're doing well. Was it that bad? Alexandria's pretty fun. Imagine treating your mentors like your DoorDash delivery drivers. Yeah, exactly, Strat. Would you would you tip your mentor? It's very bright in this duty. Loot. Would that mean mentors would get tips? Exactly. I don't know. What would be a tip? Would that be the upvote that you get? I thought mentors were the ones supposed to give tips. That is actually really complicated. This is something we've talked about here and there. That
So they created the kindest,
that the whole
most
mentor
gentle
system is kind of
beasts.
weird, and the concept of a mentor, like when we go one step further and talk about IRL, suddenly it becomes even more confusing because, you know, like there are many ways to be a mentor. Sometimes the way a mentor works is that he just shows you how it's done. Sometimes the way a mentor works is that they're like, oh dear, oh gorgeous, let me make sure that I can help you get it right. And sometimes the way that a mentor works is that they say, do it like this. The only difference is that, like, in regards to that, for 14, is that because the mentors are sort of required to not be a jerk, they're unlikely to do that last option where they're like, do it like this, because that might actually, you know, cause some problems.
Bathed in its golden glow.
But yeah, it's complicated. But yeah, you would assume that it would be the mentor who's giving the tip. Just a different kind of tip. Mipe says, I only run into mentors with god complexes. How about me? You're technically indirectly running into me right now. I'm a mentor. Do I not count? Hey, caffeine! Milena says, ordering people around is bad teaching practice anyway. Only take corrective action after a few failed attempts. The thing is, this is actually something also really important, is that might work better for you. And that might be a teaching way that works better for you. It's the same as some people going, the only way to get good at Final Fantasy XIV is go to straight into the deep end and just jump straight into hard content. And other people like, no, that's absolutely not how it's done. So that is actually the exact reason why you would want to have many different kinds of mentors, is because there are many different kinds of learning many different people that learn in different ways. I will say that the probability, like the likelihood of someone learning best by being told that they're scum and to just do as they're told is probably relatively small. However, I mean, there's always the option. Some people are into that. We did it! Melina says, sure, but it's also a game and much of the community is already very, very scared of failure, and I'd rather show Sprout that they have every right to experiment, find out it didn't work, and show them what they missed. True. The thing is, it's basically where this kind of conversation goes usually has a tendency to entirely hinge on what kind of player we're envisioning at that very moment, because there are a lot of players that are extremely afraid of failure, and you may notice that every time someone comes into this stream and are like, oh man, I'm very worried that I'm not good enough, I'm like, what do you mean? First off, you even knowing who I am means that you probably did at least some homework, so you're probably alright. And second, you even worrying about not being good enough probably means that you're probably okay, right? You're gonna try your best, and that's generally all that is needed. But there are also players on the whole other side of the fence that basically go, like, the exact same statement starts, Milena. It's a game. It's a game. Hence, ICBA trying very hard, so I'm just not going to. We cleared the duty. With me basically only pressing a button every other GCD. So why are you whining? Did you die? It's like, no, but the duty that could have taken 15 minutes took 25. So that's kind of the thing, is that there's a little bit of a balancing act. And similarly, as I said, there are probably people where just being told, no, don't do that, do this, otherwise you're bad, would work. But I do feel like it's probably a very, very low percentage of players. So I'm not recommending that you do that. I have a whole video on that topic, basically focusing on this is possibly the reason why people are not taking your advice. Where the main focus is, if you basically call the person bad before telling them what to do, then you made yourself, you flagged yourself as an enemy. Your name turned into a hostile, and then you tried to give them advice. Would you take an enemy's word for it if they're trying to teach you what to do? Like, if you were about to play PvP against someone, would you take a tip from them? Like, you're about to sit down for a 1v1 fighting game match against someone, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, when I crouch, you just use this combo. There's nothing I can do about it. And you'll just win. I have a feeling that what they're actually saying in between the lines is, when I crouch, please do this, because I have an epic combo I want to throw at you, and if you do that, it's perfect for the setup. But yeah, I'm not suggesting that you should be a jerk while teaching someone. I'm merely saying that there are a lot of different ways to teach, which makes it difficult to just say that one is ruled out. But I don't think it's a good way to teach by calling, like, I absolutely don't think it's the optimal way to call people bad. But I can definitely see why how it would work for some people. It's really weird, is what it is. And then we try some more Black Mage. Let's see if we can get a real proper dude. LQ when it says 45. I would definitely never lead. I don't know if I'd ever get to the "you're bad" actually line of teaching. I don't see it working. But I know that there are enough different ways to teach things in this world that I'm not gonna start saying that it is outright outlawed. Just, you know, keep it above board and be careful that you don't insult them to the point where they actually are offended. You know? Caffeine says, if we ignore Coils and Alexander, what's the real difference between trials and raids? It's generally down to trials being more story focused, but I have been told, and this is actually a really, really interesting detail, that if you've talked with, and you know, again, this is a spectrum, there are some players that do like the hardest content that are so high up in the, you know, you could say skill level that they can't actually tell the difference between a normal trial, a normal raid, or a normal dungeon. Perhaps they can't even tell the difference between those and a guild test. Difficulty-wise, it's all just mash some buttons and clear the duty. There's no thinking involved as far as they're concerned. I believe this kind of mentality is partly the reason why you sometimes see people with legend titles playing terribly, even though you know that they're better. Like, you know the person. You know that they're better than this. But when they land in the dungeon, they just like, don't care. So they're not putting in even the slightest bit of effort. Like, if you imagine, like, the difficulty as a scale, right? For them, they can pinpoint with extreme accuracy, this one is this hard, this one is this hard, and this one is this hard when it comes to Ultimates and Savage. But then as it comes to casual content, I mean, all of them are a 0 out of 10 on their scale, so they can't actually tell. Meanwhile, if you ask a player who actually finds normal raids hard, and they exist, and there are different skill levels of all players, they're probably a lot better at being able to say, well, this normal raid ranks over here, and this trial ranks over here, and if you actually like write those out, you'll probably notice that the trials will like lean lower most of the time, based on what I've heard. Like, trials are actually easier than normal raids most of the time. And yeah, exactly, Milena. That is precisely what I mean, is that there are definitely players where the whole, well, it's just a game, let them learn, stops working because they basically said, thank you, I'm not gonna do that, but thank you for letting me just be allowed to slack. Are you serious? I'm Black Mage again too! What? My Black Mage has been cursed with Thoran Extreme. Okay, then. We lost the DPS, guys, if anyone wants to hop in. You have Agent Monica. I did explain that to you the other day, Lockfan. It gives you access to the social features that free trial is locked out of. How do I prevent this from happening again? Read before you buy. Well, this group might be a problem. I feel like our damage is really low. Hey, cruisers! Yeah, our damage is really low. This might actually be a problem. Oh boy. Oh boy, both tanks are taking the same one. The real problem, I think, Tessie, is that if the party is kind of weak, then they're probably gonna have issues doing the mechanics right. Like, while we're at it, they're also not going to be able to do the mechanics right. And we need a certain amount of damage to meet to meet the DPS check of skipping the mechanics that are probably too hard for Duty Finder. The thing is, the mechanics we've seen so far, I feel like everyone did well enough. The one that killed 3 players is like really hard to see, like it's really hard to eye it. But the real problem is that everyone is doing we're not doing enough damage. On top of that. What does their battle high do? They get like these guys have one of them has a damage boost and the other one basically takes no damage, and they just take turns having that, and if they get too close, they, you know, they boost each other with it. That's why everyone just cheese dive bombs when doing the Unreal. Battle Fever overcomes the Heaven's Ward. I believe that is them getting these buffs. Hey, Mia! Ah! Ah! Oh, well, that was that. I don't know why I used Addle on the meteor circle. That doesn't do anything. Hey, data influx. For now, the problem is ultimately still that we need to do more damage. But the mechanics is fine, actually. It's a pride thing when tanks do that, right? Carry on against impossible odds. I mean, it's also just to see what you can see. And some people, you know, some of the party members might benefit from seeing what comes next. Just to see it. A time state. It's a cleavy boy. He do be cleaving. The Dragoon in the party just said there's more to it than what we've seen? Like, I got some bad news for you. We're halfway through the intermission. It's like going on a drive to like a theme park or something and being like, oh man, that was crazy, guys. Before you arrive. Easy neaty. Oh. Sorry. Oh boy. Oh, we have healers dead. Nothing we can do. Oop. I think so, Ilana. Please keep using them. But just you just need the meat in the middle. You don't need one that says to use anti-knockback and such. Seraph says, got someone named Bachman in the Bachman during Mentor Roulette today. That's amazing. Ilana, after this poll, can you check if FM, the scholar, has their language set? Uh-oh, we're gonna have one pop. If FM does not speak English. And I'm asking you because if I open my party list, the whole name is right there. I mean, sometimes that just happens, but there's no need to, like, do it more than necessary. Oops. Also that, Mouse. Once again, the funny reminder that sometimes part of the reason why mentors are a little bit afraid of extremes is because, like, they're not it's not that they're scared of doing hard content. It's because they're scared of doing hard content with players that are absolutely not equipped to deal with it. That's where the problems arrive. Shaq says, Agent said in Link Shell that FM, the scholar, is only French language. I have a feeling that we will now wipe to the bait mechanic. You know the one. Oh boy. Well, the Google Translate mechanic explaining? No. Ilana's here. So I was hoping Ilana would do it, but we don't have time, and it didn't seem like FM responded. So Sally says, how many tries do you do before you call it a day? You can see over there that it says 42 minutes. As long as there is a chance, we keep trying. If people start leaving, I'm on stream. If any bad player leaves, it's replaced with a superior player. Welcome to the community. Name Dyson. Yeah, basically, if anyone leaves because they give up, I'm pretty sure we have people waiting to help. So it's not a problem. And in fact, just like to further underline this, oh, they actually heard it with it when it was French. Fantastic. That works. Great. But yeah, we keep trying, and if the duty timer goes out, or it otherwise becomes hopeless, that's when we call it. Otherwise, we go for an hour, and that's, I mean, that's gonna make for a great video, right, guys? Hey, Damien. I think this should work. I might die here. Well, I didn't die, but this is a wipe. I found the most amazing pixel safe spot, and it was over anyway. There are spots where you're always safe from the dashes. Look where the circle at the border meets a straight line. The arena changes in the intermission. I mean, another way to solve this is just go where the tanks are, because it seems like both of them know this like this safe spot. I think that's what I'll do. Just have them teach me, and then we get it. I mean, I want to learn it so that I have it for the future, but it's easier to just see where they go. If they have like a perfect solution, I'll just take that one, thank you. No, it's fine, Strat. I'm almost certain that in around 1 minute, maybe 2, we'll see it. Because I'll just look at the tanks. They both said they know. Right, let's find a tank. Almost. Yeah, those? Any of the spears? Hmm. Ah, oh. I was just about to say still doable, but oh wait, maybe? Maybe? Hold? Living healer? I feel like they're not setting their priorities correctly. The first thing they did was summon ears, not heal themselves. Yeah, summoner would be awesome to have. Uh-oh. I didn't see what mechanic it was. I was like, it doesn't matter what it is if it's a... Uh-oh. Oh, no. If it was like a gaze mechanic, we just look away. And yep, again, there's a bunch of mechanics happening here. Look away from literally everything. Oh. Yes! And a mount dropped. That was better than last time, I'm pretty sure. victory by skipping the last half of the fight. That's what I said. Like that's what I said, is that when at first I was like, "Ugh, our damage is kind of bad, guys." And then I don't know if it was people, you know, getting a little bit good, or if it was straight up just, I mean, we had like 20% echo, but suddenly our damage was fine. And what I was worried about, like last time, the mechanic that we were scared of was the one that was coming up again. We cleared it at roughly the same timing as last time. But hey, Agent Monica and Ilana, you got it. Very nice. Echo did a lot of heavy lifting. I'm just saying that on the first pull, there was a lot. It was a lot slower. I don't think 20% echo was quite enough to fix that. So I feel like it was a mix. But, yeah. Anyway, very nice, very nice. And as I said, who was it that asked again? It was, I think it was, can I find him? Oh, say Sleepy Vlad? Sleepy Vlad says, noticed you and Blue casting together for a bit. Didn't get to watch, sadly. What do you think of her? I mean, I've rated Blue. She's rated me. She's nice. We like Blue, right, guys? And I'll say Dunker. It was on Sally's. It says, how many tries do you do before you call it a day? Just to reiterate, just to clarify for anyone who missed that, is we try until the timer's over. The only time I leave is if so many people leave that it is not possible. But since we've started doing this live, there's usually enough people here that it's not gonna be a problem. You get a 4th extreme? Well, before we do that, I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Hey, Lollipop! I'm just in time to have Manatee restored. Nice. Elana's duty starts with 1 out of 8 community members and it ends at 7 out of 8. Yeah, that is probably what would happen with the Shinru Extreme. However, if we landed in Shinru Extreme, the real problem is that Shinru has a few strict positions and strict movement patterns. I spent like 20 minutes poring over a guide yesterday. And then we spent like 25 minutes doing Unreal with like a majority first timers, I believe. And then we did it again, no problem. So I know how to do it. But that's gonna be rough. And people will probably leave. As I've said, like, part of the reason why I am like, maybe learn some Heavensward extremes or something, but our Realm Reborn extremes are the ones you really need for Mental Roulette, is because when people see anything higher than a Realm Reborn extremes, they usually run away screaming. I feel like Unreal might be harder then because Extreme isn't that bad. Oh, the things that you need, Mia, is like chain positions. And like, you try to have specific tail baits and stuff like that. Like, it's not that, oh, it's really hard. It's that it's really specific. And what's usually hard about Duty Finder extremes from Mental Roulette is really specific doesn't work. You can tell people, all you have to do is go to middle, and then when thing happens, go to your clock spots. Okay, but it'll take you like 2 minutes to explain to people what clock spots are, if you're lucky. Like that's the problem. The EX will be much more relaxed gear-wise than Unreal. On the other hand, Bread Bean Queen, how many of the sprouts that would queue for that do you think have the best in slot stuff? Exactly, Mia. Exactly. Exactly. Precisely. We've cleared Thought and Extreme with 4 players. But those were 4 community players that are actually really, really solid, right? Anyway, I'll queue when it says 11. And if you're enjoying the stream, it helps a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much in advance. Didn't we clear Sophia Extreme with 3? I think it was something like that, yeah? I think it was something like that, yes, Strat. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, definitely, like if you have really strong players, all of this old content is mega easy. At least the extremes. I think the big thing with Unreals is that they're kind of specific about mechanics, but rotation-wise, like the DPS check was never that strict. Red Bean says, I can't wait for the community grind for which evolved jobs can clear Sastasha solo synced. The good news there, Bread Bean, is that I'm pretty sure that there will not, like, all you'll have to do is figure out which one is the weakest and then have that one do it. I think someone did test and find that Pugilist can solo Sastasha synced. I don't even know how you do that, but I do believe I heard it. Right, let's see. Let's grab the Dark Knight then. No, wait, let's grab the Scholar. Beep. Oh. You hit enemies with your fists. See, the thing that makes me go, how? Is that when I've soloed Sastasha with a job that isn't like a tank, I generally get by with ranged attacks. Like crazy amounts of ranged attacks. Suzaku Unreal felt very strict though. I think part of that was that people died a lot. Because when we did it on stream, I feel like the pulls where we didn't make the enrage, it was like, yeah, we didn't actually play that well either, TBH. And I don't think that's necessarily strict. But admittedly, I will say Suzaku was probably stricter. I think what really tripped up players is that Suzaku gets in the way of the opening burst. Monk has crazy damage for sub 50 stuff, no? I don't know, but they certainly don't have any burst. Time for the most epic of rotations, guys. Oh, wait, they're gonna take damage. Oh, that was not a lot. Welcome back, Louis. Hey, Silva. Oh, look, loot. Yoink. Loot over yonder. Yar, mateys, there be loot. Oh, right, one guy. Now we have more. Wow, why did you take so much damage? Why you? Whoa, there's some. There be tank busters. Huh? There be loot over here as well. I'm grabbing it. Yoink. I have the loot. enemies critting. I think some of these enemies, specifically the serpents, I think can actually crit. Or have actual tank busters. That's what I meant. Can they crit? I guess they might be able to. This is Stormbot content. It's intermission time! Put your hands in the air for intermission time! It's an intermission time. Intermission time. Intermission. Oh. Boom. I think that's the same voice that Milo uses. Yeah! The Tatsunokos here use a cone buster. So them being spun around a lot is really scary. This butterfly formation is also a little scary. And they're not easy to position because they're like, you know, they're mobs. They move around. But it doesn't change the fact that they're a little scary. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, that was a donut. Well, we take those. Who needs to know mechanics? Just kill the mob. Oh, I could move. Oh well. We found our way back to the straight through to the Stormblood music. Wow! Daring today, aren't we? Hey, Prince of Angels. Hope you're doing well. How many mentor lists do you need to complete? Less than 400? Let's check after this pull, after this boss, right? Oh, that kind of sucks. Aha! Time for my final move! Haha! Haha! Oh, never mind. Boom. Yeah, less than 400. 387. I can say. If I were going to try my first extreme, how do you recommend going about that without breaking the whole group when I mess up? First question. Just to make sure we're on the same page. Your first extreme, are you max level looking to do a current, like a Dawntrail extreme? Or are you like around level 50 looking to do the first extreme that is available to you? Current. I would... some of you that know that come around to these streams enough will probably feel like, wait, isn't that the same advice? Did it really matter, that first question? But my first suggestion is, if you haven't, I highly recommend looking into a guide for the job that you plan to play. It can be a video guide. I have guides for all jobs that do cover max level as well. It could be a written guide. The balance has some good stuff there. They might not like clearly write out everything, but they have some of the important stuff always. And I'm pretty sure if you look, you can find all of it. You could also look at Icy Veins, but I also have guides. Another thing you could do is, like, another thing you should do is, once you've done that, is practice what you learned, so that make sure that you understood. Then, once that you know that your rotation is in order and everything, you know what to do. If you're playing a specific role, it might be nice, like, look into, like, make sure you're not, like, making some obvious mistakes. There might be some tank tips, some healer tips to think about, if that's that. Then watch a guide for the particular duty that you're going to do. Most people are very happy with Hector's Hector lectures for certainly Dawntrail content. So you should be well served by checking out his guide and learning what he says to do. And then there's not that much else you can do. If you've made sure that you have like a pretty good idea of the mechanics you have to deal with, and you've practiced your rotation, what you could do is also take notes when you like want to do a fight. Let me give you an example. This is a little bit more extreme because this is a savage fight, but let me see here. See here, I'll just open it over here. Notes for that I wrote down for just phase 1 of M12S that we're progging right now. Just take notes, because when you're in the duty, it might be difficult to skip to the part in the video that went wrong. It's a lot easier to just go, well, the boss was casting that thing and then we died. What was it that was again? And also, you're probably gonna retain it better if you actually write down what's going on. Oh, that's also true. There is the WTF which is a website specifically to summarize where you need to be for specific mechanics. But just take note that that website does not replace watching or reading a guide for the encounter. You need both. The WTF assumes you know how the fight goes to begin with. Alright, don't sell him. Enjoy your evening. And also, as Mia Crow says, if you're in a learning party, then mistakes are part of it. And yeah, when I said you're probably gonna feel like this sounds familiar, is because when people ask how to start on like a Realm Reborn extremes, I'm like, look up a guide on the job you're gonna play, make sure you understand how you're supposed to be playing, and then look up a guide for the particular extreme you want to do. If you wanted to do it blind, you need to do it in Party Finder, because if you want to do it blind, the 7 other people might not, and that's gonna like that's gonna ruin your blind experience. So doesn't work like that. Straight up doesn't work like that. So if you're gonna queue for it, which you might, then watch a guide. Do your homework. Right, I will queue for... Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. What job had we do? Oh, right, Dragoon. Let me do that first. I will queue when it says 56. Brain says, I've been doing that side quest, getting these guys to a Nidhogg Extreme clear. Just got it. Nice. Did you land a Nidhogg Extreme? Is that what you're saying? I'll say dead man. Oh boy. It looks like, so we have Ilana, Crusher, Dyson. It's a pretty good start. And we also have... Oh no. So guys, I'm counting 2 sprouts. Who are the sprouts, guys? Oh, a fight that is really heavy on healing. You're telling me both of the first timers are healers? Alright. You see, what makes this really awkward is that when you have two tanks, or specifically when you have a Dark Knight and a different tank, the tip is generally you make sure that the other tank that does not have magic goes on the part that doesn't that reflects magic. But Dark Knight is the only tank in A Realm Reborn that does magic damage. So one of these tanks are just gonna get smacked over and over and over again. It's gonna be awesome. Guess that works. Good. The bad is more that it looks like one of our healers is having a little bit of a debuff day. And dead. And on my end, I'm basically using nothing to hold for whenever anything of importance comes that needs to be killed. Because this boss will just stop you. If you try to rush him, he'll just become invulnerable anyway. So it doesn't do anything. I'll hold my Dragonfire dive for the final wave. I'm pretty sure if I send it now, it'll be a problem. By the way, can we res a healer? I guess now we can't. We'll have to talk about panicking. Hey, Stainless! I think we got this. It's just, the thing that makes this really tough is simply that it's a healer intense fight. Young says, what healer job would you consider intense to play? A lot of people think that Astrologian is very intense. Yeah, sure, Ilana. I specifically placed myself like on the side, like over there, like some sort of like instructor, like, all right, guys. And this way! I always do that, because I can see the whole arena and where Leviathan comes up if I do. We look for basically everything else. We start hitting on these guys, but the moment we see the more important dude, there he is. Thanks for the soft cruises. Hope you're enjoying the emotes and everything. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah. Nice. Everyone lives. Just for anyone who's unaware, if you get Leviathan to 20% around now, he will straight up become invulnerable and just stop you. We're already at 56%. Now we're at 40. Like it's not a problem. And that's good damage, while you can at least see that there is at minimum one player in the party who's basically completely sandbagging on the boss, and that's me. I'm straight up holding all cooldowns when I'm hitting Leviathan because it makes no difference. See, he's at 25% now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have no tanks. Oh, well, we have to let the machinist die. And look at this. The boss is just invulnerable, just hanging out because the elemental converter wasn't ready. And if he stopped, if he did the shenanigans, while the converter wasn't available, then he'd just like cheat and wipe you. And we win. Very nice. Bruiser says, I heard Ramu was the wildest ARR trial on Mental Roulette, but this is way more chaos. Maybe, but let's just say that every time I've had this in recent times, almost every single time, you too, Dazen, almost every single time, Ilana has been here as healer, which basically completely nullified the challenge. All you have to do for this fight, like all of that, all of this you see is smoke and mirrors. All that matters is healers, because there's a lot of damage, and kill the Wave Tooth Sahagin. And don't fall. That's basically it. Everything else is like pretty normal stuff. Meanwhile, Ramu is not so easily dealt with by just having like one or two guys who know exactly what to do. I believe we had Crusher there as well, yeah. Pretty sure we did. Yeah, on the dancer. OG Morg Extreme? Do you mean OG Morg Hard? Or do you mean like before too? As a Newton? But Ramu mentor like an hour ago. The tank explained to the other tank what to do, but it still took a few tries. A really weird tip that probably doesn't help in the long run, but could help in the moment, is if you have... Sorry. Preferably 2 barrier healers, but if you just have 1, you can sometimes get away with this. You can solo tank Ramu Extreme. The reason why you want barrier healers is because the way that you do it, it's really cursed. The way that you do it is that the debuff from overcharging with orbs makes you receive less spell healing. Doesn't affect the healing from things like Dreocoli or Lustrate. Stainless says, the extreme, I think, with the swaps, the killing in a specific order, having to get as many as low as possible before you kill a mob. That's actually, what you're explaining there, Stainless, is actually the special megamorph known as Old King Moggle Morg Hard, merged with, as a mutant, current and not ever reworked since A Realm Reborn, Extreme King Moggle. Because Extreme King Moggle, you have tank swaps, you need to get all of them as slow as possible before you kill. But Kill Order, that was old, hard King Moggle, because the hard version didn't rest them again. The way that one worked was that the king wasn't invulnerable, and he didn't use his health to kill it, to rest anything. But if you hurt him down to like 50%, when you did, he would cast Memento Moogle, which in the hard version did damage based on how many Moxguard are still alive. And the way that you'd usually wipe to this fight is that a Sprout would just focus the king, and he would hit 50% before he could kill enough Moxguard, and then you would wipe. And there's nothing you could do about it unless the Sprout would listen. It doesn't have to be a Sprout. It could also just be a jerk. But yeah, back then, like, because the Moxguard in the hard version come in in sections, just like on hard now, and then like they just like hang back. But in the old version, like, that gave you the option to like mark the kill order as they came in. Then the king comes in, and then you just kill them in the order you made. Where you'd go like, I think it was like kill the black mage, kill the white mage, the black mage because it'll cast flare, which is scary, and the white mage because it heals the other Moogles, and then you just go down the list. I believe the tanks were last. And usually when there were like 2 or 3 Moogles, like Moxguards left, the king would pretty naturally, just by the tank hurting them, and maybe, you know, like some incidental damage, would hit that 50% mark. But with only like less than half of the Moxguard alive, it was livable, and then you'd clear the duty from there. Because once the king was below 50%, there wasn't really a reason why you couldn't continue attacking him, aside from the fact that I believe the paladin Moxguard would cover the king if you got too low, something like that. That one is not entirely clear for me either, but and that's the key, is that it was like 2 slightly different fights, but the idea is sort of the same. And yeah, I would argue that if we still had old King Moggle hard, that would be the hardest trial in the game. Despite all of the difficult trials, like normal trials that have been added since. Hard King Moggle is harder than yeah, any trial really. All it takes is one person not listening, and then you can't win. But yeah, just to clarify on the Ramuh thing, I generally don't recommend with like some Sprout parties to do this, because then you put all of the responsibility on whichever tank you're going to solo tank with. But if you have one tank who knows what to do and the other tank doesn't, or alternatively the other tank just refuses to cooperate, if you can make sure that the one tank can get it done, you can do that. And it's a lot easier if you have 2 barrier healers, because basically the moment that a tank has 3 of the red debuff stacks, spell healing will not work. Like, the way that you do it is, as Scholar and Sage, all of your OTCD healing, like all Driocolis and all Lustrates, are earmarked for the tank with the charges, because you can't heal him with anything else, and if he dies, it's over, because you won't be able to recover in time. So, like, I generally don't even try it, even if I have the option. But a lot of the time, you would still need 2 solid healers, even if you have barrier healers, just to make it work. Dark Bagel says, feel like old King Mog was so much harder on EU due to the language barrier sometimes as well. I vaguely recall having to use Google Translate to explain the kill order to someone in German. Yeah, that can happen. Then again, I've heard enough stories of people just not listening that I wouldn't be surprised. Like that can happen with English speakers as well. So I wonder if it was a significantly worse situation. But I get what you mean. I see it. I think it came, Strand, I think it came down to, like, the average performance of the team. Like, if you got 7 really good players, they might be able to kill everything that needed to get killed before it was a problem. And if you had some really solid healers with the foresight to deal with it, they might be able to barrier up and things like that. Anyway, I'll queue when it says 08. Didn't JP have a few language barriers too? I guess, but I think it would be a lot less common. But I guess in the past it would have been more significant because, you know, there weren't OCE servers, so anyone living in that area might have problems. Speaking of which... Well, let's see. We have Rain and Ferns, our tanks are good, and we have I think what's been happening tonight, I'm pretty sure it's the same two, those are the same 2 healers from Leviathan, and I think it's not the only one that they were there. I did indeed say 08. How many duties have you gotten so far? 10. This is 11. Both tanks community, yes. Oh, whoops. Sometimes the orbs spawn on you, Fern. And also the tank buster itself actually works as equivalent to the blue circles, so you might have been fine. Yeah. Yeah. I think we will not do this. The Dragoon does not understand the circles mechanic. Just for a start. They straight up don't. They dodged hitting someone else with it. So there are a few mechanics to keep track of. Um, Fern, both of those healers spoke English in the Leviathan just minutes ago. They speak English. I think we covered everything. By the way, just in case our tanks can hear me, don't ranged pull while standing smack dab in the party. And turn on your tank stances, guys. Both of you. What are you doing? And just repeating, don't pull the boss while standing in the party. He starts with an AoE attack. He starts with an AoE attack. He starts with an AoE attack. Yeah, that works. The tank buster will save the tank. However, the dancer might be in trouble because of a order. That works. Uh-oh. I think we're going down now. Please! I think HJ has got it, but I'm pretty convinced that our Dragoon also don't actually get it quite after all. I'm amazed that I survived that. I straight up got free from waiting the timer out. Hey, Diki. Hope you're doing well. And thank you. That's a lot better, by the way, guys. I'm standing my ground. I said it that it's better to have 2 overlap than not help. So I'm gonna show them what I mean by that exactly. Totally livable. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Nice. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Wow. Still lived, though. Did you see the healer? That was unlucky. Like, that was straight up just unlucky. All the line AoEs that target randomly, just going on them. There's nothing you can do about it other than just pray sometimes. Oh, that... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's not less fine. Fern, it might be a while. If your debuff is running out and you're not getting help, you grab an extra orb a second before it runs out. Okay? Because this happens. This is a bad order. We just have to handle it. And you may have to grab an orb now. Because we don't have enough orbs otherwise. Fern, Fern, Fern! This might get scary with the orb count. I can't really do anything about it for a while. You shouldn't have done that, Fern. You should not have done that. You can't do anything now. Oh. I am stupid. I think I might die here. I'm not dead. We may have a chance. Just hold on. Just hold on. Clean. And a mount. That's a screw it. That'll do. Yep. Wow, what? What? Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, Ilana. Wow. Thank you so much. That exploded into a hype train. How many extremes is that today? Let me just file this one. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 11 duties. Time to not give Kai any more strokes. That's okay, Fern. You said... Let me see here. I believe you said... I I basically react in a similar way to a parent going, no! So it's not at all that. You can, oh hey, you can enjoy your sand cake as long as you don't feel like you have to not queue. And thank you for the additional gifted sub, Shack. Enjoy that, Strat. And thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Necrofits. Awesome, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you, guys. And hey, Universal Big Man. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Faust. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wow, guys. Thank you for the gifted substrat. The paying it forward. Wow. And hey, Skyward Sojourner. And Crab Galaxy. And Light God. And boop. And a Microsong. And Nokiro. So many people all of a sudden. Ilana says the chaotic was nice. We got 5 clears pretty fast. Oh, nice. Hey, thank you for the thank you for the 5 gifted subs here, Sugar. Thank you. This is insane. Thank you so much, guys. Wow. Wow. How to resist a train? Meep, meep. That's fair. I get that one. You know, there's something really funny, because whenever we have these Saturday mentor roulettes, I'm like, oh, then we can go longer, and then I can get like more duties done. But apparently, I've learned something new. So I've tried to, like, people sometimes ask, how is it you're getting so many extremes? Like, it usually comes with a, I'm not getting so many extremes. How are you getting so many extremes? And I'm like, the reason why we usually go like on Tuesday evenings on evenings is because I think, when would people queue for extremes? Probably not in the afternoon, right? It's probably something like, you know, they just had dinner, they're ready to game, they have a soda or a beer ready, maybe a, like, you know, a bowl of chips or popcorn or something awesome, ready to go. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Krakenbow. It's an absolute insane explosion. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, exactly, Deadman. Sit with a bag of, I don't know, chips, crisps, popcorn, whatever you may like. And just sit there munching away, hanging out. Queue for an extreme. See where life takes you. And then then eventually it pops. Much more likely on a Saturday, right? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Tina Lee. So, thank you so much, guys. It's quite a train. I'm not even sure what our previous record was, but I do believe it is beaten. The ultimate repo? It was 6 and 6%. Well, yeah, then that's it's about right. That is about right. But yeah, I then go into it on Saturdays like, oh well, then we can go for longer, and then we'll get like more duties done, and then, well, obviously there's more people that have more, like they are more available to do some hard content, so they'll queue. And here we go. Again, as I've said, I don't mind. I don't mind. As I said, the scary thing about extremes in Mentor Roulette is not the duties. The problem is when people are way underqualified, or more importantly, like the thing is, all of the A Realm Reborn extremes can be beaten with 2 healers that don't attack. But you kind of do need to have everyone try. And if you have people that are not listening to the tactic, then you're not winning. Like that, like sometimes it just depends on like a specific person. But that is the reason why it can be spooky. And hey, Boobamet! You missed almost all of the stream? Oh, well, you didn't miss. See this insane train that's going on. Does this mean we need to move Savage away from Saturdays? No. I think it's perfectly fine to have some variety. Both by having Mentor Roulettes at different days means that different people that like maybe can't hit it on Tuesdays, some can't hit it on Saturdays, some can't hit it on Thursdays. By it sometimes moving around naturally means that everyone gets a chance. And like to see and also to participate like as they may like. So I think that's perfectly fine. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Lollipop. Bolin says your video of the Shiva extreme with the white mage is just sat in the corner spamming Medica 2 kills me. Oh, that one was pretty exactly, like precisely. If you have really good tanks and one really good healer, that yeah, it could work. Reggie got one. Hey, you know, that's fair. I'm pretty sure that I also have a sub over on Reggie's side of things, thanks to all of you guys. So it's just the teamwork. Now we can help each other. Reggie's nice. We like Reggie. As it should be, yeah. But yeah, like, as I said, we've done... Did we run out of live viewers to gift and it's just picking random follows now? Maybe. Considering that we've gotten like 57, I think, in like a span of 10 minutes or so, and there are, as far as I can see, 70 people watching. I'm pretty sure that most of the, like, that there were more than like 13 watching that already had it. I've had that happen too, Shaq. That's really weird. But I can say Reggie was here. I believe Reggie was here earlier. And if he wasn't, He was there 2 days ago. He raided here just the other day. So, still counts, right? Oh, nice, Telemar. Telemar says, 45-minute Nidhogg extreme, but we made it. With a mount drop. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. Oh, that's the spirit, Internet. That's the spirit. That, again, that is part of what makes it so awesome. That we have, like, we have a mentor roulette stream, and, like, some of you end up with me, but sometimes I'm sitting there getting, like, meh duties for, like, the whole, like, for most of the evening. But that's fine. Because then I see, like, oh, these people are getting a Thoran extreme, these people are getting a Nidhogg extreme, and these people are getting a Ramu extreme. Like, we're helping some people here. Thank you for the thank you for the gifted sub, for the additional gifted sub, Strat, and thank you for the gifted sub, Silver. It keeps going. It keeps going. It keeps on going. Well, I am at least seeing names here that are in the chat, or at least were in the chat. Thank you for the extra gifted sub, Faust. Catching Naomi. The gifted that keeps giving. Yep, that's pretty much accurate. You know, I was going to pour myself something to drink in the Hills Lit earlier. And then I forgot. Hey, Muffins! Muffins slicing straight through the dog. Oh! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Exodi. We haven't even been in Chrysalis today. Thank you so much. What are you drinking today? I think it's pineapple flavored Void. And a Nuke Dado and Stealth Pigeon. Nope, you're doing well. The craziest explosion. Agent Monica's gotta love a nice cup of. It has been a little bit with Faust. Faust was here for the raid from Reggie the other day, I do believe, but it has been a bit since we've heard from Faust. On the live chat. Maybe Faust has other obligations when I'm streaming, or have or hanging out with Reggie or someone else. Totally fine. But I did notice that too. I was like, where Faust? Where's our door boss? Where is our door boss? It's possible to do Kirin first, Sandoria boss before the arms phase. That doesn't surprise me, Brewski. I feel like it almost looked like it was possible while it was still current. So that it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that it is actually skippable now. A little bit of a shame, because it is a cool mechanic, but it is also one of those cases where the... like, it feels a little annoying that it's like you just barely missed it. You just barely missed skipping it, right? And speaking of Sandoria, one of the 11 duties was a 7-minute one because we were a replacement in Sandoria. We see that 31-minute replacement and we click yes. And we expect extreme, and then we just go, hey, would you like a coin? Toss a coin to your mentor. And we got a coin. I didn't win anything else. I passed on basically everything else, but we got a coin, and I didn't win the minion, which was the only thing I needed on. I feel like we should go a little longer. It is Saturday after all. It is Saturday after all. Are we expecting another extreme though? What do y'all think? Boink. Reaper! I will queue when it says 37. And whoop. Absolutely crazy, guys. Thank you all so much. Very kind. Very much appreciated. And that is definitely a record that will stand for a while. The caster of light. Exactly. Yeah, I like that one. I feel like I've missed out a little bit on that one, but hey. What have we won? We have won. What an emote. Guys? 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 It was 69 subs. Nice. Nice. Dyson just got a freed extreme? Oh boy, they're still out to get us. Who's responsible for the last subs to push it to 69? I think we went from 59 to 69 from Exodi. Dyson says I got that healer pair from before too. I guess they are just spamming. Good luck, guys. You can do it. I feel like I saw. I feel like I got. Did we not get? I'm checking. Check me. We had HJ in the Freed Extreme earlier. And they actually did do the thing. So. Rain got Malika as well. Ilya. I'll switch if it goes up to 4 minutes with nothing to show for it. And then we will do Dark Knight. I expected something else, I'm being real with you. Hey! Uh-oh. Oh, imagine. Imagine I just dive into the arena, into Ram's voice, and just get immediately frozen like, I have a rock! That's true mental strats. Can't believe I can make a typo in a one-letter word. I mean, all you have to do is miss. Tanama says 1 minute later, DPSQ gave me Shiva Extreme. Wow, I'm telling you guys, Saturdays are crazy right now. Uh-oh, uh-oh, whoa, whoa. The moment that you go, ah, they'll probably move. That's when it gets you. I think our bots have adjusted their song, their battle voices. Coordinated battle voice, amazing. Uh-oh. Oh, I looked at it. Get the Doom away. Cat says, I was tank queuing Shiva Extreme, hoping to get you into the same group as the double white mage duo. You know, that is actually probably the funniest bit, is that if they had been different healers than white mage, a lot of this would probably been a lot easier. But white mage is tough at level 50. It has its moments, but those moments are rare. And I feel like the other healers are generally better in that level, at that level. Exodi says, I feel like I've seen an increase in new players since the Evercold reveal. Makes sense to see lots of sprouts not knowing how queuing for extremes usually go. Yeah. I also feel like I've seen a lot of returning players. But yes. Sure is a lot of death in this fight. Whoo, we got him. We got him. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom. Doom, doom. When the Reaper's saying there's a lot of death, you know it's truly a lot. Yeah, you should know. With that scythe. Oh! Portals! Get him! Uh-oh. The neglected few. Mine looks like the limit break was over there this time. Man. Can't even defeat a void portal. Think about it. Did any of those white mages, were they there for the Shiva run? I think we didn't have 2 white mages for that one, so we could have one of them, but not both. Right movement. Enjoy.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Oh boy. I'll take a hit. Never mind. I got 1 hit. That's all I wanted, so I guess that's fair. Hey, just not serious. Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. That looks like death. That looks like you might die. let's all go in the ice scoop for the stack marker. I don't think I will, actually. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I don't know. No, that's not on my to-do list today. Shaq saying in game, this Ifrit isn't going well. Bad searing placements, and I'm seeing cure 1s. I would say that depending on the situation, cure 1s might still be fine. To like conserve MP a bit. But I'm assuming that it's not needed and there's a whole different beast of a problem, which is the searings themselves. That's usually how it goes. It's usually how it goes. Hey! I need a bigger cup. Yeah. I feel like that's pretty good for not even looking. Nope. Here we go. I'm the tank now, apparently. At least for a moment. Ooh. In a world where the other teams press on the glowy button so you can get back up. So, that's a convenient time to talk about that. The buttons, like the glowy platforms in these arenas here, they don't do anything for you. I believe it's Alliance A's platform activates the jumping platforms for Alliance B, and Alliance B's glowy platforms activates the jumpy platforms for Alliance C, and Alliance C's glowy platforms activates the jumpy platforms for Alliance A. So if you're not helping the other teams, eventually, like if you're Alliance A and you're not helping, eventually, potentially, all of B will drop down, and then they can't help C, and then all of C will drop down. Well, then they can't help you. It's a really evil way that they make it so that you will wipe due to someone else being selfish, like they did in Labyrinth of the Ancients. Based on the group tonight, or this is tonight, I feel like it makes extremely good sense to go in the belly as Alliance A. I'm suspecting that it may not be done very quickly without me. And I feel like I'm justified in that suggestion because we are 4 here. Still 4 in the belly. Nom nom nom. Just over here getting digested slowly. No one else helping. We do need a tank or 2 outside, so like that's not what we're looking for. A goat. Hope you're doing well. Where's the rest of the team? Don't they know that it's all in the belly? Yeah, unfortunately, the origin of that one is that you can't trust players to know how to get in the belly. So you send those that know. They keep killing the nails too fast? Oh. That is an awkward problem to have on the Freed Extreme. Place your bets. Will the white mage greet too hard? They actually did it in time. Fantastic. Exactly, Kraken Mo. Do you know how to enter the belly safely? Then you go. 7 Vuln stacks from nails. That's that is rough. That almost requires setup. Like honest, like that almost requires setup to happen. Which job can solo the belly challenge? I think if I had to solo it, I'd probably send a tank in. My inner Uwu healer is screaming. At 50, Gunbreaker is generally the safe bet. Oh yes, that Aurora's nice. think our tank knows me. Boop, 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 boop. Meow. Ashley. Ashley. It's your girl. See to the loud cloud of darkness. She's here to blast some lasers and suck up some clouds. Hey, Fractal! Is that you, Ashley? Hope you're doing well. Oh. That is definitely brave. A DPS just pulling. Did you see how much damage that machinist took? Warg! She do be firing lasers. I'll come over. I'll help. Hey, a weird cat. Hope you're doing well. It has been a while, yes. The grind is going pretty well. We've had 5 extremes tonight. It's going well for the entertainment value. Now, progression-wise, that's a different story. I do think the biggest success was when we landed on Thornton Extreme. One of our tanks was like, I've never seen this duty succeed with randoms. I was like, yeah, but I mean, we did it like a couple weeks ago. And then we were done in like under half an hour. That's boom. Impressively, considering it didn't seem like that. It almost seemed like it wasn't going to happen at all. And then we got it. Oh no. Oh wait, yeah, it works. I was like, there was one team that was like, there was almost no one and on the field. The healer LB. The healer LB of, I mean, you're not gonna use this. I'm gonna take a risk here and go one more, and then we'll see. Maybe we get one more extreme as Bart. Maybe we don't. Maybe we'll get something easy. I will queue when it says 41. Ilana with the ball marsh. Manifesting Bachman. Manifesting. No Bachman today yet? I think we had one guild test. No, wait, we had two. We had enemy parties and Annoy the Void. How about a Sephiroth? Oh boy. You know that. Sorry, I feel like that was almost like a phase, Telemar, because I feel like it was like a couple of weeks almost where, like it like reasonably close together, where we got Sephiroth twice or something like that. Just huh? And when I say we, it was like strangely consistent that it was me and Teldemar together. And that's what I mean when I'm like, yep, we've beaten Sephiroth Extreme with, like, cure bots. That has happened. And that's not something that is, I mean, it's not exactly like a turbo hard DPS check. It's just that his mechanics are so hard that you'd rather not have to sit through more of them than needed. That's ultimately what it comes down to. It also reminds me of, a while back, we had a Leviathan Extreme where we just kept wiping. And one part of it was that the Wave Tooth managed to get its casts off, and that ended up wasting a lot of time. Another part to it was that as the fight progressed, the healers just got overwhelmed by the damage. Eventually, one of the healers was like, oh, actually, I have to go, guys. And then, like, a vote abandon was initiated. I'm like, no. The remaining 7 players can do this. Now, you have to leave, so the door's over there. And they left, and I think it was Ilana that came in to replace. I think. If it was someone else, then I'm very sorry. But we go in, and on the next pull, it's done. I think actually the other healer left as well, and we had a similarly goated healer. So we just quick and easy cleared it up. Just really, it just really goes to show how much of a difference it makes, which is exactly the reason why when we landed on Leviathan Extreme earlier. Oh yeah, exactly. Speaking of Annoy the Void, right? When we landed on Leviathan Extreme earlier with 2 Sprout healers, I was like, oh, yeah, like one of the things I mentioned when going over tactics was this fight is really hard for healers. And the one of the main things we had to go over after a wipe was like reviewing for the healers, especially like specific one, because they were over spamming heals and didn't have MP for the rest of the fight. It's very fiery over here. Whee! Done. I will queue when it says 07. Traffic jam. Oh, that takes me back. I don't know if any of you were there to see it, or at least remember it if you were. When we did the Endwalker Alliance Raid series on Small Kai, we finished the send-off at the very end of the story bit, and then I turned a corner, and then there was a traffic jam on the bridge in La Nucia. That's really funny. I seem to also remember that my game crashed like a couple times on that stream. Actually, that was the stream where this PC started to get weird. Is that double sunglasses, small guy? Extra cool. Cleared the Freed Extreme. My advice worked. Nice. Congratulations, guys. It's great, first. It's awesome. I think this is the moment where we go Dark Knight. Boop, and boop, and oh. And are we cleaning up the guild test list? Talma says, out of the 5 Sephiroth Extremes I've gotten 3. Sorry, out of the 5 Sephiroth Extremes I've gotten, 3 were featuring Kai. I think 2 of them was the same day. For just a second, I thought we were gonna land on Rathalos Extreme again. Like, my Black Mage is cursed with Thornton Extreme. Dark Knight is cursed with Rathalos Extreme. Come to think of it, I think Monk is cursed with Ramu Extreme. Strat got Shiva Extreme. Oh boy. January 6th, 2025. Has it been that long since we got Sephiroth Extreme on Mentor Roulette? That is crazy. But not surprising. We have over 100 episodes. Very nice that the episode drain could fix that health drop. Very spooky. Exactly, Lana. I'm pretty sure that the last time was with Taldemar. It's a long time ago. I specifically recall that there was one instance where I believe we had like double Sprout healers and they were like duo queuing, which is like they're one of the reasons why one of my tips when I'm like saying like if people are like I want to do extreme content and such, I'm like if you're queuing as a pre-made and you're first timers, don't take both of the tank slots and don't take both of the healer slots and things like that. Those players are the kinds of players that I'm like, don't do that. Leave some room for someone to teach you how it's done. Just in case. And they might just be able to cover if you're not good. And that's also fine. I also remember having one, I don't know if it was the same one, probably wasn't, but I do still remember one where we had a healer who insisted on explaining the tactics, and that they should explain the tactics, but they were really slow to write. Again, there's nothing wrong with that, but a little bit on a time crunch here, so use fewer words. But the bigger problem with that one was actually that in addition to like spending a lot of time explaining, again, appreciate it, but fewer words, they would stop attacking to explain what to do in the middle of the fight too, and then get hit by mechanics as a result. And that's where I'm like, okay, man, maybe just let someone else explain or trust that people's got this. Because you don't got that. And then I'm pretty sure the double, the healer duo Q was the one that we did twice. I mean, we still had fun with it. It's just, you know, the learning moments. Genuinely, just while we're on the topic of that, if you are, you know, maybe you are queuing for mental roulettes, you might, and you're concerned that, oh, maybe I'm not riding very fast, or you know that you don't ride very fast. You're like, what do I do about that? A thing you can do, we've talked about this before on these streams, is make macros that explain how it's done. Make macros that explain the mechanics so that you don't have to write anything. And then you just hit those. If you want to be a little extra, like a little extra fancy about it, like it also depends on how many macro slots you want to use. But you could have like a few macros to explain key mechanics of extremes you get a lot. And then like focus on that. And part of the reason why you might want to do that is that if you just click a button and send the full strategy for something like Ramu Extreme, then you're gonna send, I don't know, like, depending on the chat log size of the individual, might send like 3 or 4 whole chat logs of information. I'm not gonna read it. You might also, you know, be able to pace yourself and be like, well, I have to be like really short and concise. I have time to really nail how I deliver this, so I'm gonna do that. Awesome, by the way. And so you can get it down to like very few words, and that's great. But yeah, the tip is, if you're concerned that you might be wasting time, not writing fast enough, then just make macros. And then, oh, I should have done quietus there. Even if you are writing not fast enough, who cares? Like, you're trying your best. Again, the thing that I had the biggest problem with in that specific instance was that the person spent a lot of time, like a lot of time, explaining mechanics, and then explained them again mid-fight. And then got hit by mechanics. Like, they were explaining to their own detriment, and they didn't have the overhead to explain it safely. That was the real problem. But if you are going to explain the fight, sometimes what you need to make sure is that you know it well enough that you don't have to re-explain it and when it happens. Almost a year and a half. And then I'm thinking, when was the last one where we failed the duty? I'm like 99% certain that the last duty that we failed in the series was the one of the Nidhogg ones on Machinist. Pretty sure. Oh, whoops. Red Bean says, weird. Weird Sastasha run. Tank pulled single. Single pulled the first 3 or so packs and mitigated them. Then did the rest of the entire mega pull. With no mitigation. That's... Alright, I'ma pull these 2 bats, then these 2 bats, then a jellyfish and 2 bats. Really, really laying it all on... Or did you mean... No, we just said single pulled them. Like, single pack of bats, and we use Rampart, and then single pull of bats with... I don't know what tank you had, with camouflage, and then single pull of bats with like arm's length and reprisal. And then we pull like 25 mobs. And we're gonna survive it purely based off of hopes and prayers. Exactly, Crusher. They spent all of those cooldowns, so they didn't have anything, right? Telemann says, by the way, this dungeon is now incredibly rare, but I do not miss it in the least, since I was spamming expert so much back in the day. Oh yeah, I get that. I get that. What's funny is that it's gotten rare enough that you're seeing a lot of mistakes that are also rare. Oh, that looks like a bad day for the healer. It's also gonna get bad for the healer. Oh, look! Spread markers! I didn't really mind it. I thought the bosses were kind of funny. However, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, heal yourself quickly! This will always be the Crash Bandicoot dungeon because of the final boss. Hey, Lotus. This boss is like, we're reaching the point where the boss is like, what? I'm still alive? Why? Why? Speaking of still alive. Hey, yeah! Ilyashuki! Hope you're doing well. I like the dungeon too. I imagine the people that most dislike it is typically something to do with the last boss, I believe. Because it takes a lot of time just having you spin. The good news is that if it had gotten as bad as it looked, like if it had gotten completely sideways, I have Phoenix down. 18 whole ones. But I wasn't gonna use it while the healer was alive. Them casting Res or me using a Phoenix down with a limited range, like, it's gonna be easier for them to do it. And admittedly, if I just rest someone while the healer doesn't actually have the access to deal with that, then the person's just gonna die again. So it makes more sense to just let them figure it out, I feel. Lana says, so if that Nidhogg was your last failed duty, it was all the way back in March of 2025. Was that... Did the summary on that video lead to 8 failed duties in the total distribution at the end? And yeah, exactly, it was twice in the same day from the same people who, the moment anyone left, they also just chickened out. It's like, I mean, if you just stayed, maybe we'd get people that would stick around. But because you're leaving, that's never gonna happen. I do believe that was where I really gave that whole spiel about don't take both of the support slots of any role if you're doing a large pre-made. Ilana, the question was in the summary at the end, how many failed duties? I believe I put it at the bottom of the list, but I usually didn't include the failed duty count at the start because that kind of spoils it, right? No worries, Ilana. How could you not get the number, the exact thing that I requested right when you're just here trying to help? If it was 8, then that would have been exactly the final failed duty so far. Because I do believe the number is still 8. Leave now and live. This is your final warning. I'm gonna stand right here. Bark. There's something funny about the fact that the boss is like, you must leave, and it's like, how? You put up spikes. You must leave with bloody feet. I said you must leave. I didn't say you wouldn't get punished. Huh. Looks like those phases are almost exactly 90 seconds apart. Is everyone gonna die now? There's blood on the floor. They're right next to the lines on the floor. That's true, it does use the Susano skeleton. I'd never thought about that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow. Absolute chaos in the garden. Bless you. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Right. But I do think on that note, I think we'll wrap it up. That's a pretty funny one to finish on, don't you think? And I think I do believe that is what we're gonna leave it on. So, thank you, Dyson. So, woo. If you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days, usually updated Sunday or Monday. You'll also find an outline room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. If you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra run about 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can like over on the YouTube side of things, you can follow, you can subscribe, you can become a member, you can super chat, you can cheer, you can do all of that goodness. And if you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-Fi link that Ariel posted right there in the chat. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But let's see if we can find someone to raid. Someone to raid! Who's here to raid? Let's check in with James. I believe... let's check in with James. No explanation needed, but... with that, that'll be all for me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where in the world. And so we hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.